Hello everybody, welcome to a very hot and muggy, I should say more muggy, Montezuma. It is 89 degrees, but it feels warmer than that. It's humid, and I had seen conflicting weather predictions. One had me thinking it would be about this warm, and another had me thinking, oh, it's not going to be quite so hot. But it is hot. We're here. And we're going to have a drive around. I've heard that there's not much to see today. Well, we'll see. We'll see for ourselves. And we may come to the same conclusion. I don't know. We'll try to deal with some things. Welcome, welcome everybody. Hold on, I'm going to see something. I'll have to deal with that later. Oh, actually, wait. Well, I'll deal with that later. Okay. Anyway, what have I seen or heard since I arrived? I believe I've heard brown-headed cowbirds, but I've definitely seen or heard an American robin, purple martins. Not much else, really. I think I may have heard a song sparrow. It's been pretty quiet. Oh, I did see a gray catbird. So it like I said, it has been quiet. Let me just make sure everything is up and running here. Oh, hold on. Okay. As you know, Dolph is not on moderating duties today, so one among you, if you notice a problem, just one, do me a favor and let me know if we have a disconnection or something. We'll see. If you're new to the tour by any chance, you realize that, or you may not realize that, we occasionally have technical glitches, either caused by me or caused by the gear itself, or by, cellular connections, whatever. This is not a professional stream by any means, but we have. Oh, I did hear a house wren also, I believe. And we just heard a downy woodpecker. I just heard the house wren again, faintly, so it's not very close. One challenge with hot weather is there's certain pieces of equipment that can tend to overheat on me, and I have to be careful about them. And if they get disconnected, we're disconnected. Or if they, have a heat issue. And they have occasionally had a heat issue. Anyway, like I said, I'm told there's really not that much going on. But you never know. We're hearing the robins sing. I think we're hearing yellow warblers, maybe. Yes. and I just heard an eastern wood pewee. You know, let's say it is quiet, and maybe it's because of the heat or the time, you know, I shouldn't say time of year, but you know, hot weather in the middle of the day, you're less likely to see things. You know, I think I've told you in the past that, for instance, visiting Sapsucker Woods, I had come to the conclusion that, like, believe it or not, August was my least favorite month of the year. But over the last few years, you know, maybe we haven't seen a lot of activity, but we've had some great sightings in August. And I just saw a common grackle. And, you know, from my perspective, it's a matter of not, you know, I don't usually need to see any specific bird when I go out bird watching, and just out to see whatever. Now, sometimes I am hoping specifically to see some, you know, either a species of bird or maybe even some specific individuals. But you know, the point is, I'm, you know, willing to enjoy any bird sighting that we might have, and what that means for me is that you know, even in a quieter time of year, whatever that time may be, I could have what I consider a very good outing, even if I've only seen, you know, one or two birds, but if I had a good look at it, you know, then I'm happy. Some swallows are flying around. I'm not sure what they are. I just saw a red-winged blackbird. And we just heard a red-winged blackbird. Oh, who's that? Is that a robin? It's a young robin. Just flew away. I just heard a gray catbird. I got a little bit of a kick out of something the other day. I was talking to a neighbor of mine, and I can't remember exactly what I said, but I mentioned, you know, I'm trying to learn how to use my camera, learn more about the camera itself, learn about photography. I think we just heard a swamp sparrow. And her response was, "You?" And you know, I'm not by any means an expert on photography or an expert on birds or anything like that. You know, I've been lucky over the years in recording nice things sometimes. La 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 la. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can steady it. No, maybe not. So that's a song sparrow, and I just heard a marsh wren. And another. Not unexpected in this stretch. We often hear them here. You know, I've shared videos and the occasional photo with my neighbors, and you know, some may assume that I have a much higher skill level than I really do. And, but you know, even if I did have a high skill level, which I don't, but even if I did, you know, I'm trying to improve my photography skills for various reasons. Either some of it is I would just like to improve in general. Some has to do with the fact that I need certain skills that I don't really have. La 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 la. Just heard a common yellowthroat. La 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 la. I've been watching a lot of videos on photography lately. Some really more, well, most of them are more related to actual gear, cameras, lenses, and it's through them that I'm picking up little things or realizing certain things. Realizing also the skills I don't have and techniques I don't have. This is a female red-winged blackbird. Oh, wait a minute. No, this could be a young male. Thought I saw a little bit of red at the shoulder. So this could be an immature male. Okay, we're going to let whoever this is go. This channel here there's usually some water in it. It's very difficult to see right now because we've got so much vegetation that has grown into our view. I don't know if there's much water there anyway, but uh-oh. we'll stay here a bit. Hopefully it'll finish crossing. It looks like it doesn't know where it wants to go, and there's another vehicle coming, and we'll make sure that... Oh, it's... This turtle doesn't know which way it wants to go. It's a very small turtle. Eastern painted, I believe. Not much traffic here today in terms of human beings. And I think the turtle's heading to the right side of the road, and that's a good thing. So, actually, someone on the I went inside the visitor center, and there's a a list as usual of species sightings, and there was also a notation, someone, watch for turtles on the road. Now there's something, I just heard a crow, and it took off. There was a large bird over here somewhere, and I don't see it now. And I'm not sure if it was an osprey or an eagle. I'm guessing osprey, but it was just there a moment ago. Oh, there was a snake. The snake went into the grass. Now it's out of view. Nothing going on over here. Oh, who's that in the air? Somebody was there. Oh, here we go. It's an osprey. There is some water in the channel here, and may not be much to swim in, although someone's disturbing the water. I can't see who, but someone caused some disturbance. But it might be good for various heron species. So, not that I see anybody. I do see a fish there, I think. Yeah. Unless it's a turtle. Oh, it might be a turtle. I think it's a turtle. So I, talking with the people in the visitor center, just about the fact that there's not much out and around or anything like that, and one of them, Richard, was saying what what he had seen, and then he's like, oh, and I saw a Yeti over wherever, and I said, really? Oh, because last week I saw a Yeti and it had two young with it. And then they went into the grass. I couldn't get a good look at both of the young. Just heard a common yellowthroat again. And swamp sparrow. Oh, what's that? Somebody swimming over there? Wood ducks. Those are young wood ducks, wood ducklings. Hello. Hello, hello. Let's see if we can find, are there more? I'll bet there are somewhere, but maybe out of view now. Yeah, and these two are going out of view. Again, those were wood ducks. Too young to, at least, well, I believe they're too young to be showing any, any colors in terms of whether they're male or female. So once again, in case you've missed the last few weeks or you've never been here before, this is a main pool area, but there's no water because it is deliberately being drained, just for control of the various species that are here. And it's done periodically, and this is one of the years. And while it it means changes throughout the warm months, they'll allow it to refill later in the late summer or early fall in time for migration. But right now they've got it pretty much dry. I do see some Canada geese. A fair number of them, actually. Let me stop right here. Now, some of it, we've got grasses in the way a bit, but good to see the geese. First of all, I like geese, but secondly, today, before I left home, I did not see any Canada geese, and forgive me for repeating myself, but for those who don't know, the Canada geese are going in, the adults are going into a molting period, and I'm not sure. I never have found out, never really looked, but I'm not sure if they simply cannot fly or if they just greatly prefer not to fly during this molting process. I don't know if they're completely incapable or not. Whatever the case may be, in the view I have from home, I'm heading into a period when, I'll have very few goose sightings, if any. Actually, more like none. And then once they're done with their molting, they'll start to come back into my view again. And while I don't know all the details, I think it's because, in my view, I'm not right next to a body of water that they would use for roosting and everything. So, to get to my view, they have to fly. And so I just don't usually see them. Just heard a common yellowthroat again. Is that somebody? No. Alright, let me set you down for a second. Oh, hold on. Whoops. Somebody in the air. Looks like an osprey. And up ahead on the road, who's that? looks of it. I just want to look around with binoculars. I don't see anybody. There's really not much going on here. We saw last week that there was still water in what looked, it was down to almost like a stream, and up ahead, and I don't know if that's even remaining or not. I see more Canada geese up ahead, and there might be a little bit of water left. I don't know. And as I mentioned, before, while it may seem, oh, that's terrible, there's no water. Well, there's water around. It's just not water in the main pool. Let's take a look from here. Said there's some Canada geese over here. And that's a great blue heron. And more geese over here. See that? Some leaves, but yeah, that most of what we saw last week is gone, water-wise, and we were seeing some great blue heron activity, and we've seen one today, but certainly not a lot of activity. Just heard a song sparrow. No geese. Okay, I thought so. Well, there's water over here. Now, some of these Canada geese are obviously goslings, or they're maturing goslings, but they're not yet able to fly. And as I mentioned, there is water around. It's not just places like this. This is just convenient to get to. If they had to, they could cross the way and walk over here where there's plenty of water. And we'll see where there's this channel. I think it's it's a canal, and then also there are other secondary areas of water. So it's not as if the place has become a desert. There's another great blue heron right over here, just kind of hanging around. If I could find a good clear line of sight. Well, this won't be great, but Something smells like rotting fish. Now, weeks ago, we had great opportunities to really watch great blue herons and great egrets and double-crested cormorants. They were enjoying the lowered water levels. Now things are really low. There's very little fishing going on, so things have changed. But as I've mentioned in prior weeks, when I learned that they're lowering the water this year and they're draining the pool, I expected that sort of thing to happen. For a while things would be really good, shorter maybe than normal, and but things have since settled right down. Back to cameras and equipment and everything. Like I said, some things I've come to maybe better understand. And other things it's like, oh, I didn't know that the camera could do that, or that's what this is for, or whatever. So it's been kind of interesting. Oh, did that just recently fall? I'm not sure. And who's that up there? Is that somebody? No. And I have to say, some of the videos are actually, they're done well by people who are professionals and who, I don't know if they have fun doing it, but they certainly sound like they have fun doing these reviews and these other discussions. So sometimes those videos can be entertaining, especially when there's nothing else on, on TV or anything. You might as well watch something like that. I see a mourning dove in the air. And just heard a marsh wren. Swamp sparrow. Marsh wren again. Red-winged blackbird. Common yellow throat, marsh wren, is some water here, so, you know, it's conducive for certain birds. Types of birds that want to, you know, maybe wade in shallow water. And I hear sounds like an osprey above us. In fact, this amount of water with the vegetation is, for some birds, ideal. See them, but they like it. Hold on a second, what is that? What looks like a nest. Again, I don't know what type of nest this is. You're hearing marsh wrens. I'm not saying it's a marsh wren nest. I probably should look up what a marsh wren nest looks like. For all I know, it's red-winged blackbird or a swamp sparrow. Just a reminder to, you know, share with others the Merlin app from the Lab of Ornithology. And no, I don't get anything from reminding you about this. What was it, 2 days ago? I think it was 2 days ago. Received a text from a family member who had been outside it had already become dark, I believe, and heard something, got out the Merlin app, and because apparently said, oh, that's got to be a bird, got out the Merlin app, and what was it? It was a barred owl. And, you hear something like that, and you don't know what it is. The Merlin app tells you what it is, and it's just a rewarding little experience, And again, some people don't know birds, and I can't blame them. But they might become interested with them in birds if they realize, oh my, there's more birds around than I had realized, and more varieties. Hearing common yellow-throat again. There is, once again, a chance today that I might stay here a bit and take photos of black terns, or whatever, just so you know, or video, maybe, I don't know. That would most likely be during the break, so just warning you. See, there may be things here. It's just a matter of us getting to see them above the grasses. So let's move right along. The only thing we can hope for with this kind of ground cover is, maybe something pops up for a moment for some reason. Or one somehow comes, out into one of the few open areas. Or we hear something. Just heard a swamp sparrow. And it could be that a better time of day to be here would be late in the day or early in the day. Sorry, I've got to keep the windows open. It's too hot otherwise. So I mentioned the canal and the water it provides. There's no canal here. However, we have up ahead the Benning Marsh, and there's plenty of water there. And there's also still some water in some of these areas here. So, like I said, it's not like it's rained and now everything is, going to dehydrate and die. Sort of common yellow throat. And there are some Canada geese on the Benning Marsh. So they know the drill. Making good time, but that's not what we're here for. We're not here to make good time. We're here to see birds, but okay, whatever. Let me see. Is that a... I think it's it's another Canada goose by the looks of things. It is, okay. For a second I thought it might have been something else. You can see the young are definitely getting their adult coloration. More over here, doing the same. Love the geese. Okay, let's keep going. Grasses have grown tall between us and the channel of water here. So, whereas weeks ago we were able to see American bitterns, it's that much more challenging now. Oh, I see a great blue heron over here. Turkey vulture. I'll let it go. I think there's another one up there too. Okay. Something's in my eye. Hold on. What's going on here? Northern Harrier. Let it go. It's still terrorizing everybody, apparently. Although really they're just chasing after it. I think it's a male. It looks more brown in a way, but somehow I've seen some wingtips that look a little darker. It looks like it maybe it's an immature male. I don't know. Love a good look at it, but it's too far. Still trying to get this thing out of my eye. Okay, I think I got it. Maybe not. Swan sparrow. mallard. And there may be others around here, so I didn't see anybody with her. And who's this over here? Another mallard. Looks like a male this time. Well, I was warned it would be quiet, and it certainly is. Last week we saw two mute swan cygnets here, and I don't see anybody this week. We also saw a couple of bald eagles last week, but no eagles yet today. Just heard a song sparrow. is that a cygnet? It may not be a cygnet, but it's a swan. And yeah, I think it is a cygnet, and I think we also have an adult. We didn't see the adults last week. We saw the cygnets only. And now I see an adult over here. And I think that might be another cygnet there. And then there's one in the water. Let's see if we can maybe take a better look. It won't be great, but it'll be better than nothing. I probably should have moved a little bit. That looks like a female. And the cygnet is over here. We're not going to have a good view. Let's move a little bit. 1 second. And let me just check the binoculars. I can't. Yes, the other one is on land. Over. Hold on a second. Here. Hello. Not far from the adult, I assume, is its mother. We could go out on the deck there, but I don't want to get all the gear out just for that. I don't see another adult, but I trust that it is in the area. We're gonna get. I see a black tern. Just flew by. We're gonna move on though. glad we saw them. Even if we didn't get a great view of them. Robin sing. And that will just about do it for Wildlife Drive. Not our most productive in terms of sightings. Not unpredicted, really. That's it. I think, well, we're going to hold off, I think, on looking at the rookery, only because of the lighting and everything, and I just don't think we'll have a good view today. Small chance we'll come back, but probably won't. Quite honestly, I'm not sure everybody's interested in seeing the rookery much these days. I think you've all maybe had enough of it, just judging by your reactions to it. supposedly 91 degrees. If that can be leaves, I believe it. Or at least, if it's not 91, it's pretty close. Welcome to East Road. On the utility lines, I see tree swallows. And I believe I'm hearing a northern cardinal. Oh, did I hear an American goldfinch? I think so. That was a song sparrow. We did not see, last week we did not see the sandhill cranes that we had been seeing the prior weeks. It's through the windshield, so looks like a song sparrow. And flying above, I just saw a mourning dove. We were hearing last week bobolinks, and we saw bobolinks, but I haven't heard anything yet. Is that a great blue heron? Yes, it looks like it. Song sparrow again. More tree swallows, I believe, on the power lines here. Hearing a northern cardinal again. Doesn't look like it, but there was supposed to be a chance of rain today. The wind has picked up a bit. It's alright. Even looking with the naked eye down there, it doesn't look like there's much going on, but you know, just like maybe last week we saw, or just like possibly last week, we'll see if it's like it this week, although there's more. Looks like there's less water than last week. But there may be more than we realize. Oh, I see some down the water, I think. It's a wood duck. Sorry, I'm not holding it steady. Oh, grass is in the way now. We'll try to take a look out there. There are a few birds out there, but not many. Okay, there's the wood duck. Male wood duck, and nothing else that I can see in its his immediate vicinity. Oh, who's that? Are those the hooded mergansers we saw a couple weeks ago? Maybe. Probably. Yeah, they look from here to be mergansers. We saw a mother and her baby mergansers with her. So I'm guessing that's what we saw. That was a couple weeks ago. We did not see them. I didn't see them last week. Oops. Hold on a second. Okay. Sorry. Looks like we have redheads out there. Is that what those are? Yes, they are. Is that a... Oh, wow. See that one with the white cheek? That looked like, if I'm not wrong, that's a ruddy duck. Kind of a surprise to see it. And who's that back? Hey, let's wait. Might be another ruddy duck, but I don't know. The ruddy duck is a small duck. You can see it compared to the redheads. I can't quite... Well, let's zoom in a little bit. I'm not sure. Looks like it might be a pied-billed grebe, which is not a... very well. That looks like a pied-billed grebe also right there at center. And are those babies? I don't know. One or two? Possibly. But that's what I think we're seeing there. Yeah, that's a ruddy duck, no question about it. Are those others in between ruddy ducks, or are they something else? I don't know. That's a black tern right there. And oh, over here look like more pied-billed grebes, I think. I'm sorry about it's difficult to see this far away and under these conditions. Colors are essentially either washed out or impossible, but we have shape to go by, and those just have the shape of pied-billed grebes. Just heard a common yellowthroat. You know, I'm not going to focus too sharply on this. I'm doing this deliberately. Why, well, okay, we can kind of see what it is. And let me blur it a little bit more. And it's not doing it as much now, but look at its behavior, how it's moving. Do we know of any ducks that really do that? In a way, you could almost say a wood duck kind of does that. But this is not a duck. This is actually, I'll focus a little bit more sharply. This is actually an American coot. But you could see it was kind of bobbing. Wasn't really, well, maybe it was kind of picking, but that was an American coot. My point is, you know, very often, okay, you're not going to get a good look. So you have to go by whatever clues you've got. And I'm no expert. Sometimes I wish I had more clues. This looks like a pied-billed grebe. And that's probably, yeah, that's a pied-billed grebe also. I'm helped myself, that's black tern in the air. I'm helped by the fact that, you know, I spend a lot of time focusing in on birds, and those pied-billed grebes, for instance, just now, even at the best focus, they were kind of blurry, and almost blurry like when I'm focusing in on something that I can focus in on. And they looked a certain way, and there were certain lighting characteristics around the eye and everything, and, you know, that's why I could tell, okay, this is a pied-billed grebe. This looks like a great blue heron down here. We're going to move along now, though. There's not really much going on here. You know, I'm thinking we should go to Van Dyne's Tour, but I'm almost thinking maybe it's not worth it. But I think we'll give it a try. We haven't been there in a few weeks. I don't know if there's all that much going on there. Interesting. That pickup truck we just passed was labeled Federal Wildlife Officer. And he stopped there. I just wonder why. Hey! We are going to head there, I think. We haven't been there in a bit, and we'll have a look around. But essentially, the place will be on be on probation as we get there. I mean, if we don't see much, we're going to turn around and leave. So I walked in to the visitor center, and I approached the desk, and immediately they didn't say hello, they just said quiet, and I knew what they meant, but I asked anyway. Wait, do you mean for me to be quiet, or it's quiet out there? But unfortunately, they didn't just want me to keep quiet. It's quiet out here so far today. But you never know. You never know. If you think about it, I told that story of someone, discovering that there was a barred owl in the area, and out the other, must have been Thursday evening. And I believe for that person it was unexpected, and didn't recognize the sound. That's why used the Merlin app. And the point is, we might be surprised by something anywhere we go. I'll also mention that a couple things. Since last Saturday, I have often spent time thinking about a convenient way and good way and unobtrusive way to carry the tennis racket bug zapper. And the reason why, it's really more like a badminton racket. Anyway, the reason why is, last week at Sapsucker Woods, when we were looking at the barred owl that we managed to see, there were a lot of mosquitoes, as I believe I had mentioned then. And I don't like to kill anything, including any insects. I mean, I spend a lot of time trying to rescue spiders or insects. Just get them out, and sometimes I'll go outside, come back in, and find somehow a bug got in and it's on the window now. I do my best to get it out safely, but so I don't like to kill mosquitoes, but sometimes you have to, and considering how they bite birds and other animals, I think it's okay. And so anyway, I would have love to have had the bug zapper with me when we were looking at the barred owl last week. And as I have mentioned in the past, you know, I see, during the tour, I see what I see, you know, unless I'm looking through the camera, I see, you know, different things. I see through my binoculars, I see with the naked eye, you know, maybe I've looked through a scope or something, and when you weren't looking through the scope. So we don't always see exactly the same thing, and we don't always hear the exact same thing. And I did check out what I recorded of the barred owl, and I heard what I heard, and I heard mosquitoes a little bit. But if you tuned in last week, you really heard the mosquitoes. There were a lot of them on there, and you know, they were loud. I mean, I looked at, you know, I watched some of the video, and I was like, boy, it was almost like I added the sound effect myself. And no, those were real. I see up above a turkey vulture. And another turkey vulture. And we are on Van Dyke Spoor. It's 89 degrees. And for a few minutes, the air conditioning's on. It feels good. You know, one other thing about bird watching is, you know, in many ways, it really does bring people together. I'm not trying to sound corny or anything like that, but, you know, today at the visitor center, I was there. I was just very briefly talking with people there, and then, you know, it was time for me to get going and get, you know, set up for the tour. I see a turkey vulture. And, you know, it just shows, you know, and I said, well, I've got to get going and goodbye. And, you know, it was nice to see all those people. There were 4 other people there. And, you know, even if you don't know them well, you know, you make acquaintances and things like that. And I'm sure, just saw a cedar waxwing. Flew into a nearby bushy tree. We wouldn't be able to see it. Now let's turn off the air conditioning and begin to roast again. But I mean, like, you know, whether here on the tour or in, you know, granted, the red-tailed hawk cam did not have a chat room this year. But, you know, many of you probably communicate on the Facebook page for the hawks, and you know, like I said, I mean, bird watching has a lot to offer people. So, you know, even if someone may not be really interested in birds, maybe it's just in terms of, you know, having fun, talking with other people, whatever, interacting. Just heard a song sparrow. Okay, now, last time we were here, the mosquitoes really attacked. I think I hear a robin. Chance I heard a wood thrush. I'm not sure. Kind of quiet though, not much singing going on. Of course, we haven't been here in a few weeks. And, you know, in prior weeks, there might have been more singing. I hear another robin. We just hear an American red star. Maybe. I see a mourning dove up on the power lines. Oh, just took off. And just heard a yellow warbler. And I believe a warbling vireo. It's a complex series of notes. And who's that? Is that somebody? Who's that? Wood ducks. Okay, just heard a common yellowthroat over here. Song sparrow. I believe northern cardinal. Yes, northern cardinal, or two. One second here. I think that's another wood duck. Is it? I think so. That's the common yellowthroat. What is this here? Song sparrow, maybe? Looks it. Who's that? Proportions are relatively long and thin. Let's stop right here. Looks like a flycatcher of some sort. Okay, we're gonna oh, it took off. I was gonna maybe switch cameras and maybe try to get a better look. I see a red-winged blackbird. Looks like some, oh, swan sparrow. Looks like some mallards over here. Who is that? We've got a robin singing. And I just saw a I just saw a European starling. And let's see if we can have a look at some of these other things over to our right. It's hot out. One second, I'm just trying to configure here. I just heard what I believe is a willow flycatcher. So maybe that's what we saw. Although it didn't seem, I don't know. That doesn't look like a duck there. Hold on, I've got to adjust. That's better, I think. Did I hear a killdeer? Yeah, I believe I'm hearing a killdeer. And that is, oh yeah, that's a common gallinule. And I see a great blue heron. I'm not sure if I can get it for you or not. It matters if my own gear is in the way. Great blue heron here. Just heard a song sparrow. This camera strap. Okay. So what is this here? This is what... Probably a mallard, but I'm tempted to think it could be something else. Let's zoom in a little bit. I guess it's a mallard. Lighting is difficult because that, I mean, the tail almost looks shiny or of a lighter color, but I think it's just the shine. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Something's going on here. The red-winged blackbirds have started really vocalizing, and something else is up there with them anyway. That might be an eastern kingbird. There's something bothering the red-winged blackbirds, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know what's bothering them. Oh, wait. Oh, there it is. It looks like a falcon of some sort. It could be a Cooper's hawk. Might not be a falcon. It could be a Cooper's hawk. Oh wait, I don't know. I don't know. I'm losing. Notice the long tail, notice just the less broad proportions. It's not a red-tailed hawk, that's for sure. And we're going to let it go. The only reason why I knew it was The only reason why I knew it was there was because of the red-winged blackbirds. They started vocalizing, and I figured something was going on. So again, looking out here, I think these are mallards here. Mallards back there. And we saw one already. I believe these are both common gallinules. Yes. Grateful herons in the air. Let him go, him or her. Red-winged blackbirds. Okay, let's move forward. Leave everything in place. So I'm glad we came up here, just because there is some activity and different species than we've seen elsewhere. Tried. Oh, looks like there's a nest there. Hold on a second, let's stop the car. Any activity by any chance? Maybe the same sort of nest we saw on Wildlife Drive, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it looks a little different actually. Slightly different style. Song sparrow. Hear that sound? It almost sounds like a cartoon chimpanzee. Well, that was a common gallinule. You know, I would say that overall there are significant areas of essentially open water here compared to maybe prior years. Just seems that way to me. Sort of common yellow throat. And is there somebody over here or no? No. Grateful heron, of course. Canada geese. Oh, black tern in the air. Here's a red-winged blackbird. Sorry. Where are you? There you are. Common gallinule. Wool. Possible they're calling an alert for something again. Little Canada geese out there. Not sure who that is, if it's a duck or if it's a gallinule. I think it's a gallinule, but I'm not positive. Move on. Sorry, it's shaky. I'm going to turn the camera. Trying to keep cool. Hold on, let me just walk. Okay. Oh, come on. What's interfering here? There we go. It's walking now a little bit. We'll move on. I don't want to bother it. We're not close to it, but you never know. I don't want to bother it. A lot of vegetation has really grown in. Oh, there's a swan. Two swans, actually. I don't believe these are mute swans. I believe they're most likely trumpeter swans. And I just heard an eastern kingbird. Is that it right there? I see the eastern kingbird. forward. Oh, I hear a marsh wren. Song sparrow. Another great blue heron. And common yellowthroat. So there does seem to be, like I said, more water here this year and open, open for our viewing than there has been in prior years. So that's good or bad, I don't know. Not much to go on here. What's that? Is that another great blue heron? Kind of quiet here. Oh, that could be another swan well in the distance there. Okay. Yellow warbler. Let's, I think we'll switch camera. One second, I'm just putting the other thing away. Hold on. We gotta fix something. Come on. Yep. I'll fix it another time. Just has to be tightened up, that's all. Alright, let's go. So really overall not a bad visit. I mean, it almost seems quiet, but we actually saw a decent number of species here. Let me just get this untangled here. And, I can't complain, really. I mean, overall, you could argue in many ways it was better than Wildlife Drive, although we saw some nice things at Wildlife Drive, I mean, including and especially, I would say, the cygnets. Wildlife Drive was definitely quiet, and given the drained pool, no surprise. But, uh-oh, hold on. Hold on a second, come on. Who is on the utility line? That's a good question. Hold on. You know what? Let's. I'm not. There. we'll look from here. I don't want to get close and risk it flying away, whoever it is. I don't know who it is. I should have looked twice, and I think I know what bird you're talking about, RC. Hold on. There we go. And there's a large bird in the air. Oh, come on, wire. Don't be a pain. First of all, there's this bird in the air. Great blue heron. Okay, now who is this? That looks like a red-winged blackbird to me. And on the other pole, red-winged blackbird. Okay. And farther along, is there somebody on a more distant pole? No. No. So I think it was just a red-winged blackbird. But when I looked back with binoculars, I think the red made me think it was a different colored breast. You know, I didn't have a clear view, but. So that's that. For a second I thought, yes, we had something out of the ordinary, but no. Oh, wait. Did I see something? No, I guess not. Ah, that's something different. Yeah, I think we have a black-crowned night heron in view. I had heard there was one here. Now this one looks like a juvenile, if I'm not mistaken. But let's take a look. We don't get to see them all that often. Oh, don't you go away. Hold on a second, I gotta deal with something or else it'll overheat. Okay, sorry. Is it a black-crowned night heron? I think so. Stockier, I would say, than an American bittern. Again, I think it's a juvenile. First one I've seen this season. Hold on, I've got a mess of wires here. Unfortunately, it's backlit, but we'll take it. Again, this is a black-crowned night heron, a juvenile. I'm going to lighten it up a bit. What's that sound? Somebody's making some sound. I'm not sure what it is. We're getting a lot of heat shimmer, unfortunately, so I can't zoom in too much. I had heard there was one here. I don't know if it was this one, but I had heard about one being around. Significantly smaller than a great blue heron. I would say a little larger than a green heron. Yeah, I would say it's larger. Looks heavier. I mean, you know, a little stockier. And I'm just looking around now with binoculars. Somebody's vocalizing, I'm not sure who. Sounds like in the same general direction. Oh, I think, well, probably gallon rules. Okay. There are a few black terns out there. They're not close, but there are a few black terns. We won't watch this black-crowned night heron forever, but nice to see, certainly. That's the common gallinules who are vocalizing. Oh no, that sounds like a pied-billed grebe there. Maybe I'm wrong. Alright, we're going to move. I don't know if a different angle will help us or not. Maybe not, but we're going to move. Hold on one second. In the air, there's something different. Oh no, it's actually a great blue heron. Okay. And this, we have some vegetation to cope with here, but this might change our view a bit. Where'd he go? Actually, in some ways that's better. Yeah, I'd say it's better. Still have heat shimmer. Like I said, I don't get to see them all that often. There have been some years when I've had a chance to see maybe quite a few of them just because I was in the right place at the right time in a given evening. Oh, behind us and in the air, I'm not going to go to it. That's a bald eagle. I don't know if I can get it or not. I am hearing a pied-billed grebe. Let me see. Hold on. I'll have to look. I don't see one, RC. If I do, I'll try. Same family as the great blue heron, but like I said earlier, much smaller. Best I can do, RC. Look just for a few more moments at the black-crowned night heron, and then we'll move on. Again, this is a juvenile. The adults will have, oh. The adults will be more gray and more like the coloration of a great blue heron, but and with a dark cap, black crowned, but you know, not this brown stripy body that the juvenile has. Okay, it's time for us to move along. Nice to see this black crowned night heron. Oh, hold on. We're going to move along just because of time. I could stay and watch this for a long time, but it just caught a frog. Just waiting to see if it goes after something else. Okay, we're gonna move on, I think. Some things. Oops. check it later. Sorry, RC, I've got to... Okay, we are going to move on. I had been thinking in recent weeks that of the herons we would expect to see, the heron, the members of the heron family we'd expect to see, I had yet to see. That was the only one this season I had not yet seen. We've seen least bittern, American bittern, great egret, great blue heron, green heron. We've seen all of those, but we had not yet until today seen black-crowned night heron. Now we have, over the years, we've seen other species of heron. Including last year, we saw a tricolored heron, which is a rarity for the area. We've seen, on occasion, snowy egrets, and those are also rarities for the area. And now an adult. I found an adult black-crowned night heron. Hold on. This might be a little better, just because of the lighting. Oh, the battery's almost dead. It was 40-something a moment ago. Hold on. Where's the black-crowned night heron? I saw it here a minute ago. There it is. Notice the different coloration it has. Where'd it go? There it is. So this is an adult. And let me look and see if maybe we can get a clearer view. No, let's back up a bit. Okay, I'm on the other camera. Alright, I think this is the best we're going to do on this. I don't think I can get all the vegetation out of the way. Oh, I could do better. Hold on one second. I can just move forward just a bit. Let's try again. There we go. So this is an adult black-crowned night heron. Again, notice a different coloration, more grays and blues that you might see on a great blue heron, for instance, with that dark cap on top of its head, and but it has the red eye, also the reddish eye, just like the juvenile does. Again, stockier proportions than a great blue heron. You're not seeing the long neck, the long legs. I mean, the legs are long proportionally to the body, but not like they are with a great blue heron. So I'm definitely glad we came up here. RC, you're right. I thought the juvenile black-crowned night heron was going to go after that dragonfly for a moment, but then it got the frog instead. In terms of shape, I see the comments in the chat room more like a green heron. I would agree. More like more like a green heron than, let's say, like a great blue heron. Maybe even in some ways closer to that of American bittern. Although the American bittern's neck is long, maybe proportionally longer and thinner. This one, you can see it almost looks stocky. Now, granted, it hasn't extended its neck, but we did see that of the juvenile. But again, those kinds of proportions, the great egret, the great blue heron, the tricolored heron, although smaller than the great blue heron and the great egret, also the snowy egret, they have more, longer legs and longer necks, proportionally than do, birds like this, the black-crowned night heron, or like the American bittern. There is also, I don't know if I could show it to you. There is a great blue heron nearby, over here. You can't see it very well, but you can even tell from here. There's that long neck, long thin neck, long legs, proportionally long legs. And a significantly larger bird than is the black-crowned night heron. Again, this is a great blue heron, and much larger than the black-crowned night heron, who's right here, and seems to have moved a bit, and just caught a frog. Look at the neck. It can extend it a little bit, but it's not like that of any of the other birds we've mentioned. It definitely has the stockiest, thickest neck, proportionally, of all the birds we've been talking about. one second, back to, just for comparison's sake, back to this is a better view, the profile view of the great blue heron. Look at the separation, from the rest of the body provided by that long, relatively thin neck of the great blue heron. And those long legs, it can definitely hunt in deeper water than can a black-crowned night heron. Now, I don't know if this black-crowned night heron is on floating debris, or if maybe there's something, or if it's all the way, it's just shallow water and it's able to hunt there. It could be that it's just shallow water, I don't know. Is there? No, that's a common gallinule there. I think. What's going on? Okay. And the black-crowned night heron, I don't know where it's gone. Hold on. I think I might see. I do see it. Let's back up a bit. Just a bit. And we won't watch for too much longer. All right, that's good enough. Well, we've seen both a juvenile and an adult black-crowned night heron, and we've seen them both, each one, catch something. And I think we're going to move on. Can't complain about that. If I happen to see another one, let's say, and it's really close, or the lighting looks better, or something like that, we'll stop and look, but otherwise we're going to keep going. As I've said, you never know. You might see something here or there or whatever, and all of a sudden it makes a particular stop worthwhile. Now, if I came here only looking for, I don't know, sandhill cranes or something like that, then I might be very disappointed. Speaking of sandhill cranes, I see one. I see one. All right, it won't be great viewing, but we're going to try. Come on, where are you? Oh, come on. And as I mentioned, last week, no relation, despite the similar form factor, no relation to, or no close relation anyway, to the herons. Again, this is a sandhill crane, and I don't know if I could get a better look. There's only one. I wonder if there are more nearby. I'll bet there are, but I don't know. Just heard a marsh wren and also a swamp sparrow, and that's another marsh wren. This is the first time we've seen one this close here in a while. Hold on a second. Did someone just fly in over there? Maybe, but I can't see. Let's move just a bit. I've got vegetation to contend with, unfortunately, but it's the nature of things. Is this any better? Maybe. Not much, but I think I just heard a killdeer. Yeah, I'm hearing a killdeer. And again, we're looking at a sandhill crane. That was a swamp sparrow who just vocalized. I'm also looking around with the naked eye to see if there are any other sandhill cranes nearby. And it's my guess that there are, but maybe a family. Maybe not. It's possible this is just one on its own. There's also a great blue heron nearby. Just a couple more looks because our viewing here is not great. Where are you? Great blue herons in the air. Still no sign of any other sandhill cranes. We're going to move on, I think, just because the viewing here is not as good as I would hope it to be. Great blue herons are chasing each other around well in the distance now. No, they're not chasing each other anymore. Nearly didn't come here today. I almost skipped it, but I'm glad we did. Robin, sing it. Song sparrow. Okay, let's move on. You know, sometimes you end up, or at least I do, I end up waving to people. I don't know them. but you know, I think they recognize me as a bird watcher. I recognize them as a bird watcher. That's why they're here. That's why I'm here. Just waved to that oncoming car a moment ago. Just heard an eastern wood peewee. I think that's wrong. Uh-oh. Lots of bugs. Okay, we're going to make one more stop up here, I think, and then the question is, depending on what's there and how it looks and everything, is do I stay a bit on my own and take photos, or what we do? I don't know. We'll see. As you know, or as you may know, or as you may remember, I've been... last couple weeks I've been trying to take photos of the black terns and at Mays Point. And last week, you know, I signed off last week from you. I said we're, you know, going on break, and I didn't expect to be there long at all. And, oh. Some raptor just flew through. Hold on. Did I lose it already? It may not have landed in a nearby tree. Let's see. I don't see it. I thought it landed in a tree. Oh, there it goes. No, I missed it. Looked like more like a hawk, but it flew over again back to our right and into the tree, so we can't see it. So anyway, I had not intended to spend much time there, and as I told you after the break last week, I did end up spending more time than I had anticipated. I took more photos than I had anticipated. I was in a hurry going in, and I didn't even bother with a tripod, and I wish I had. Just because, you know, I wanted everything as steady as possible. I didn't really have a problem with steadiness. Just in looking at the photos I took, actually, you know, as I mentioned earlier today, I've been trying to improve technique and trying to improve this and improve that. And I did try with the same equipment this past Saturday, you know, different settings than I had used the prior week. And I would say I had better results. Many more of the photos were, you know, relatively sharp. Not perfect necessarily, but you know, reasonably sharp. Certainly, by comparison to, in comparison to the photos of the prior week, much better. I've changed my settings a little bit again, and I'm just not. I think my settings were fine last week. I think I may have kind of messed things up this week. I think though, if I do take photos, I think it'll be fine. My settings. But there's a, if you didn't know, there's a method that some people use, and it's not a camera setting. Well, it's kind of a camera setting. It's one I've, you know, I guess I've used it most of my life in terms of photography, and that is, you know, you have your camera set to take, you know, still photos at a rapid rate, you know, as many as you can, you know, per second. And so I had it on the highest possibility that I could. And I was there a little while, I have to admit. And I'm not saying they're all perfect or even on target, but I ended up taking well over 8,000 photos last week while trying to see the black terns. And it's called spray and pray. In other words, you try to take as many as as you can, and you hope you spray away with the camera, and you hope that an image came out in focus and looking good and everything. And the problem I have is that where they were is not really in close reach for the lens I was using. I was using a regular camera lens, and so to look at any one photo, I have to crop in with software later. So I haven't even, I've hardly looked at the 8,000 plus photos that I've taken. I've thrown a few away that were, clearly just, completely off target, and maybe even test photos. But I was surprised that I had that many. And I didn't make up spray and pray. That's someone came up with that a long time ago. There are other ways to do it. If you don't have a camera that can record individual frames at a very high rate, if you have enough light, you could, and your camera can record video. If you've got, just set the frame rate, the shutter speed at a high rate, and then have the camera record at whatever frames per second it can record for video. And you might find that you have some good still photos to pull from that video. The only thing is, typically, if you do that, those individual frames will be of lower resolution than, let's say, a full still photograph taken as a still. So there's a drawback, but I mean, if you're just trying any way you can to get something, and if you can enhance that video with software later, as maybe sharpen it up or whatever, you might end up with results that are good enough for you, for your specific need. But again, if you're talking about freezing motion, that's why you would need the higher shutter speed. You need the adequate light for it. The prior week, not last week, but the prior week, I took photos and I essentially used the automatic setting on the camera. And, that's ordinarily fine, but I was trying to capture, record birds in flight. And they were moving quickly, so many of my photos ended up being blurrier, not sharply focused, and not with action really frozen. So this past week, I raised the shutter rate, I increased the shutter speed dramatically with a manual setting that allowed me to do that, and I had better results. I think I kind of knew some of that beforehand. In fact, I did. I knew that you could, if you have the shutter speed. But I didn't really do it. I just trusted, I think, the camera to do it the prior week, and it really didn't. It didn't record quickly enough. And but I was reminded of the need to have shutter speed for action. And by some of the videos that I have been watching, review videos or whatever, and that just said, okay, you've got to make a few changes in the settings. And again, maybe not perfect, but I was glad I did, and now it's a matter of going through the photos. I will say this, not that my photos are perfect, but there are some photos with just the positioning of the black tern and its wings in the air that are just beautiful. At least they are to a bird watcher. Maybe most people wouldn't care. I don't know, but there was one in particular. I was like, wow, that's just beautiful. It didn't, for whatever reason, it seemed like most of the vast majority of the birds, of the photos I took, maybe nearly all of them. I haven't seen any where the bird is like essentially captured in the air with it flying directly towards me. Most were flying away. I don't know how. I mean, eventually it has to fly your way, but it just seemed that way. And there were a few where it was in profile, and quite honestly, not that they were great photos, but some of those in profile, the lighting was right, and I could see some of the detail, a little bit of detail on the face. Not much, but at least I could see the eye, and that was, it's rather difficult only because the black tern's head is generally a very dark gray or a black, and the eye blends in. The eye is also dark, so it's hard to see the eye unless the lighting is just right. So but I did capture a few that you could kind of see that detail, so I was happy enough with that. And I'm not saying, okay, I want to switch back to still photos. If you're new to the tour, you may not know that I before the tour ever began, I did essentially all still photos, almost never any video, for a couple of reasons. With the camera equipment I used back then, a DSLR with a mirror, doing video was, it's possible and it could take good video, but it wasn't, just wasn't convenient for various reasons, particularly seeing the video as it's recorded. But back then I was just doing still photos, and I enjoyed it. And when the tour began, I basically switched right over to video almost exclusively, and I rarely take a still photo. But the black terns have, for years been special to me, and ever since I heard about them and learned that their numbers are dwindling, they've got a place in my heart. So I like seeing if I can record them and record them well. So lately I've been trying to see if I can record them with stills and hopefully have those still photos be sharp. Sharp, in focus, So I'm going to do what we have been doing, and that is park here and go take a look and see what is what. Now we may get out of the car together, but it's getting late. It's almost 5 o'clock, and I will need time, obviously, to drive back to Ithaca, and I do want to see some things there. So, forgive me, I'm not going to leave the air conditioning on for you. I don't think you need it. I do need this. And I'm not even going to leave the engine on. I'll be right back. I'm torn, to be honest with you. I'd like to stay and take some photos. I did hear a gray catbird, an American robin. There are black terns here. I've also heard some cedar waxwings. Just saw a robin. I'm going to stay here a short while and take some photos, but we're going to go on break now. I think we'll probably restart around 6:45. Probably somewhere around there, everybody. Forgive me. I want to quickly take an attempt. And now you might say, why don't you do that with us? There are various photographic reasons why I won't do that with you, and both technology and photography reasons why I can't. So we're going on break. And I'm thinking maybe between 6:45 and 7 o'clock, I'm hoping to... Hello everybody, welcome to Sapsucker Woods, where it's 86 degrees and mostly sunny. We're going to get moving as quickly as we can. I need to finish setting up. I'm not sure if I was entirely successful with my photography efforts, but I think I probably caught a few good photos. I walked out there, and the black terns were close. I took photos, and then I realized afterwards, despite all the conversation, I never checked my shutter speed beforehand. So my shutter was a little slower than it should have been. No, a lot slower than it should have been. And I think I missed a few shots, but they eventually came back, and they were close, and I think my technique was not great, to be honest with you. There were times when I couldn't get autofocused properly, and I think that was my fault. I could have done some things differently to get in focus, but I didn't. I thought, I'm analyzing my behavior afterwards as I was driving here, and but maybe next time. But I think I did manage to catch some good looks, and I'm looking forward to seeing those eventually on a larger screen. I did hurry here as quickly as I could. And we're going to take a walk. I think we're almost all set. Oh. Unfortunately, I don't have a way to conveniently and properly carry the tennis racket, so I'm going to have to do without. I haven't tried anything really, but I've been, just in my mind trying various things. And let's see. Okay, let me just get. Oh, that's not good. Bug repellent. And I'll put it on if I have to. Hopefully I won't have to put it on, but we'll see. Here we go. I've heard or seen a gray catbird, American robins, red-winged blackbirds, song sparrows, Canada geese, and that's about it. Just saw a common grackle, and I'm hearing a gray catbird now. saw a rabbit. And I'm hearing a gray catbird now. We don't have a lot of time for a walk. There's a common grackle nearby. We don't have a lot of time for a walk just because I want to get to the campus. Have a little bit of time there if we can. It's my fault. I wanted to take photos of the black terns. I will say the lighting was pretty nice overall, and I was pleased with that. You always run the risk anywhere of not having good lighting working for you. And I would say, I think, I didn't really look over the photos, but at least some of them had good lighting with reasonably close black terns. They came closer more often than they did the prior 2 weeks. Up ahead, let's see what we have. I'm going to have to adjust my tripod a bit. A little bit more. Somebody's on the ground. Red-winged blackbirds by the looks of things. Interesting to see them there like that. Hello. So often they're all chasing each other around, but to see 4 on the ground like that, just together, I hear an American goldfinch. I wonder if they're young ones. Hello. Those are, if you're wondering, those are red-winged blackbirds.
Yeah, that's on the ground, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm just surprised they're acting like that, that's all. Just interesting. I've never... You know what? Well, they look like females. They could be juveniles. They could be very young. I'm not sure. But I've never seen red-winged blackbirds act like that before.
Yeah, on the ground, right?
Well, I mean, I've seen them on the ground, but not so calm and just like...
Is this a juvenile or a...
I can't tell if it's a juvenile or
female.
Or a female, but it is a red-winged blackbird. Oh well.
Are you streaming or...
I am streaming.
Oh, okay. I remember you from a while ago.
Oh, that's right.
I was taking photos, you were taking photos of the red-tailed hawks at the campus.
And I'm going there next.
Okay.
Good to see you. Oh, watch your step here. Well, they took off, so I can walk this way now. Just the way, I mean, you know, so often red-winged blackbirds seem to be so active, and they're constantly moving around and chasing each other. Oh, American goldfinch. See if good lighting. Let's see if we can get a look. Oh, come on. Lost them. Yeah, they took off. Lots of droppings here. I could go and find the Canada geese. They were out near the parking lot, but I don't think we'll bother them. Excuse me. Not much going on in there, I think. The geese have left their droppings, or they've been tracked along quite a bit. I think there's probably no place safe. Oh, here. Speaking of geese, they made their way here. I didn't realize. Okay. I thought I heard some noise, and turns out it was the geese. We're hearing a woodpecker. I'm not sure if it's a hairy or a downy. I'm hearing a red-bellied woodpecker. Geese are kind of getting closer to me. I think at least the young ones don't see me as a threat. I wanted to go over there, but maybe we won't. I hear an American crow. Just saw a Baltimore Oriole flew over, so we missed it. I heard it first, and then saw it. And we're hearing American goldfinches around. Let's walk around and see if maybe we can get closer to the water. I don't want to frighten the geese, though. Oh, do I see the injured one? This is the injured one. It must be more difficult to eat that way. Yeah, see, it's struggling. It's struggling to eat. I need to adjust my tripod a bit. But, you know, hold on a second. Maybe I don't. Yeah, I think I do. Okay, that might be a little better. Not much. I mentioned the injured goose last week, and someone, I don't remember who, in the chat room said that it looks like it's thriving. Well, I don't know if it's thriving or not. Like I said, I mean, it looked like it was struggling, unfortunately, to get food into its mouth. And that could be a problem, especially as time goes on. And, you know, certain kinds of food are available and certain are not. And you know, especially in winter when every calorie counts, you worry. All right, let's see if we can get closer to the water without bothering the geese. As I've mentioned in the past, it's one of the troubling things about coming out and bird watching. I mean, there's a good chance you'll see, on occasion, something injured or something disturbing. That's one of the drawbacks. It's kind of hard to see anyway with the sun in my eyes. Oh wow, something just fell off the tree and the goose went right for it. Cute. And another thing, oh, you know what? Hold on. There are birds in the trees, and they're, I think, knocking things off. And the geese are going right for them, whatever falls. I don't know who is doing it. I think I just heard, I may have just heard a hairy woodpecker, I'm not sure. But the geese here, I'd love to give them some berries. want them. I'd probably frighten them, but I'd love to give them a berry or two. I'm going to give them, if I can, I'm going to sneak in and give them a berry. They went right for it. Oh, sorry. The one with the broken beak, I just tossed it one, and it can't get it into its mouth, unfortunately. Just a few more moments. I probably shouldn't be doing this. In fact, I know I shouldn't be doing it. Okay, they're kind of sort of moving on and moving into the water. Let's okay. Let's get to the trails. And you know, had it not been, and unfortunately the one with the damaged beak, it went for a berry and it couldn't get it into its mouth. So that's really a problem. And I hope it learns in some way to cope with this better. missed an opportunity to eat a berry or two. And it's just unfortunate. And quite honestly, I mean, yes, I admit I kind of enjoyed doing that, but that wasn't, I really just wanted to help the geese. I really did. That's all I wanted. So hearing red-winged blackbird, red-bellied woodpecker. Oh, common yellowthroat. Just heard it. There it is again. American goldfinch. Sounded like the red-bellied woodpecker was kind of close. I hear it again. Oh, I think I see it. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. Stay there. Is that it or not? It might not be it. It is. There it is. Again, red-bellied woodpecker. Let me adjust my tripod a bit. Just heard a song sparrow. Is that a nest by any chance? I don't know. I guess it is. Let's wait a minute or two, see what happens. In the meantime, we're hearing the common yellowthroat again. Song sparrow. Robin is singing. We'll move on shortly if it doesn't come out right away. Okay, we're going to move on, but it's something to watch. I believe we've seen nests in that very tree before. Hold on, I gotta get my camera strap cooperative. It's not going to be cooperative, are you? Whatever. Things are lush and green. It was a red-bellied woodpecker again. I think we're hearing a gray catbird. Red-bellied woodpecker. I will say this, when I was there taking photos of the black terns, eventually I started looking at my watch. I was like, oh, just a few more minutes. Just a few more minutes. It was hard to leave. You're always hoping for the perfect photograph or the perfect video. At least I am. And I'm not saying I captured any such thing. And they move fairly quickly. So, I think I was probably watching them less and watching the cameras functioning more. And you might say, oh, well, Ferris, you don't end up enjoying the birds that way. Well, I do and I don't. I just heard an eastern wood pewee. Sure, I don't get to see them live like that. If I'm paying attention, there's a bug that wants to go right into my eyes. You don't get to see them if you're really paying attention to the camera and it's focusing and everything. But later on, if you have caught that right, perfect image, then that's where the the enjoyment might come in. Depends on what you want to see and what you're hoping at any one time to see when it comes to bird watching. So in the distance, there's an eastern wood pewee. Now, I haven't heard anything, but it was along this stretch last week that we saw the barred owl. So I'm just looking around just in case. Uh-oh. I may not hear a barred owl, but I think I just heard a mosquito. And somewhere in that distance, I hear an American crow. Now, last week, you may recall, we first heard the barred owl before we saw it. Then, when I heard it, I started looking for it, specifically thinking I had a reasonable idea as to where it was. And when we walked this way, we, saw two people who were already looking at it. And we went from there. And as I recall, there wasn't much commotion from the other birds, because of the barred owl. They weren't really calling out a lot of alerts or anything. There was a veery, now that I think about it. There was a veery, but it didn't seem like it was very close by. We don't have a lot of time, so I don't want to really be looking around for too long. Okay, I just have to I've got to make a little adjustment. Yep, mosquitoes on me, that's for sure. Maybe I should put the bug spray on now. Well, let's see if I can get by without it. Now, we didn't see the barred owl vocalize last week. And my point is that, you know, we came to watch it, and maybe because other people were watching and we watched it, maybe it just decided to kind of watch us and stop calling. What did I just hear? What is that? Hold on, I'm trying to record that sound. So far, Merlin's only picking up the eastern wood pewee, but I'm hearing something else. Well, I've got to put bug spray on, unfortunately. Oh, and that was louder. I probably could have recorded, but I put my phone away. Let's try again. It's not getting it. Just... It's getting closer, maybe. Merlin is saying barred owl. I can't believe it's a barred owl. It's picking up the American crow and it's saying barred owl. Now there are two of whatever is making that sound. You know what? Hold on. We may have something here. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We have a baby barred owl. Or a baby owl of some sort. There is another one somewhere. I don't know where it is. But I heard a second source of sound. I've never seen a baby barred owl before. Now, where's the other one? I don't know. I thank Merlin for that. But the sound seemed farther away at first. And then I started hearing it a little bit more closely. And I thought at one point I was hearing that there were two sound sources, so maybe there's a second one around. the other one. I see the other one, same tree. Hello. Now, we're not going to stay on them too much longer, but what a delight. What a delight. Something just flew overhead. Alright, I've got to adjust my tripod a bit. Make things easier. We'll move on a little in a moment, but... Is there a third by any chance? I don't know who vocalized. I don't know if there's a third. think there's a third in the area. I may be wrong. I think there might be a third. We'll look in a moment. Just judging by the sounds, I could be wrong. All right, we're gonna kind of leave. This has been a treat. We'll see if there's a third one. I don't know. It's difficult to tell just based on the vocalizations I'm hearing. We'll look again from here, I think. Let me raise the tripod again. I'm not sure if we can see both from here. So again, these are baby barred owls, and we've been lucky enough to see 2 of them. And they indeed do look young. We saw an adult last week in this area, and this is something. The question I had is there a third in the area? That I don't know. I haven't seen one, but it has sounded as if there's a third, but I could be wrong. Could be just the way the sounds are echoing or whatever. And we're going to take a few more looks sideways. Oops. We're hearing a veery nearby. And the easternwood peewee is vocalizing again. I'm trying to get my bearings here. Let's move just a bit. Okay, we're going to move on. Just beautiful. Just let me make an adjustment here. Hearing an American goldfinch and the continued call from the easternwood peewee. And let's continue on. This has been a treat. I think it's
tough to walk away. We don't. What's the issue here? I've never seen a baby barred owl before, and didn't expect to see two of them. I was hopeful, certainly, to one day see them. And I do wonder still if there's a third one in the area. Wish that leaf were out of the way. Let's see if we can move over. Oh, I don't know. Like I said, it's tough to walk away. But we're going to. Okay. Beautiful. I'm just looking to see if maybe there's a, the sounds made me believe that there might be a third one in the area, but I don't know with certainty. I can still see one of them. Its face is behind the leaves, so we're going to continue walking, but if it weren't, we'd be looking again. And you wonder, if they were calling, is there an adult nearby that they see and they know about? Very possibly. I'll bet there is an adult nearby. Now, if there were... Well... I have to say, when Merlin said barred owl... And I hadn't even mentioned it yet to you. I was like, oh, come on. No, I don't think so. And I wonder if that's what it was hearing, or if it did, in fact, hear an adult somewhere. I didn't hear an adult, but, I find sometimes it does pick up a sound that I realize later, oh, yeah, I hear it. But I didn't hear an adult, and maybe it recognized that call. I don't know. Okay, because all of you forced me to look at the owls, we have to hurry a little bit. I hear a red-eyed vireo. I'd be curious where the nest was. It would be nice to have seen it, when there were young in it and maybe an adult there with them. But that's to see the young out of the nest. They looked, they looked small. It wasn't just that they were smaller, which actually is interesting. I don't believe they were as large as adults. Contrast that to the red-tailed hawks. When they leave the nest, they're as large as the adults. So I don't believe they were as large as the adults. They didn't seem it, but they definitely had a younger look to them. As soon as I saw it, it did seem to strike me as being smaller, and it did seem, especially once we started looking at it, I don't know if I saw it first with binoculars, I don't know, but soon as I started looking at it, with any kind of magnification, it didn't look like an adult. It looked different from the owl we saw last week. Clearly the same species, or at least it looked like the same species, but it just had a younger look. The feathers were a little different on its head. I think I'm hearing a gray capper, and I think I also heard a common yellowthroat. The woods are generally quiet, though. The capper sounds like it's closer to the pond. Yellowthroat closer to the pond. And, if there is an adult barred owl nearby, nobody's calling an alarm over it. I'll bet there is one nearby. It's just that it's, not being highlighted by the alarmers. I might have just heard a swamp sparrow. I just realized something. Dolph might not be happy having missed the owls. I'm hoping she's here in spirit with us. Jeez. It shows you how important sound is. Once again, I keep saying that, but it shows you how important that sound is, because we were hearing the eastern wood pewee from the distance, and I was like, what is that sound? And I didn't know, and I can see myself forgetting that sound still, even though we've heard it today and it was important to us. But I'm glad even though Merlin finally took a while to pick it up, it did seem like they were farther away at first. Now maybe they were just being quieter, but I don't know. Anyway, they were in the same tree. One was just on farther out on a branch. I wonder, was the nest right there? I wonder if the nest was right there, and I just didn't see it. Maybe they were, just having walked out to that branch. It's tempting to go back. Okay, that is a swamp sparrow over there. Okay, I can't see anything here. It's tempting to go back. I don't think I will, but, well, like I said, I'm tempted. Just wonder if they were branching out, rather than having flown there. Maybe they walked right out of the nest from that tree. Just like we see, with other birds that are, trying to, soon to leave the nest. They seem small. I don't know how large they get when they finally leave. I'm not an expert on barred owls. If anyone is, let me know. Maybe we will go back, but we don't have time. We could go back, but we just wouldn't be able to finish Sapsucker. You know what we're going to do? This is what we're going to do. We're going to go out here on the platform, and we'll take a look around, and we might not go the rest of the way. Maybe we'll backtrack. That's not a bad idea. We really haven't been seeing much along the trails of late. That's the song sparrow we just heard. Let's take a quick look and then we'll go back. We won't spend a lot of time, but then I want to get to the campus. Oops. I think I'm hearing an eastern kingbird. Hold on. Can I find the kingbird? Kingbird might be behind us. While you're looking there, I'm going to look around. 1 second. I see a belted kingfisher. Swan sparrow, and still hear the kingbird. Somebody just flew up here. Look like red-winged blackbirds. Okay, let's we're gonna head back towards the owls. I didn't look very closely. I thought I looked closely enough to see if there was anything out of the ordinary nearby. Nothing that I noticed in the tree, but it could be that they were in a cavity or something. And if that's the case, well, we're going to go back that way anyway. Now that I think about it, maybe I don't know much about barred owl nesting. We've seen 2 great horned owl nests. One was in the cavity of a tree. The other was, formed of sticks in a tree. So, and, the cavity, we've since looked at, or at least I have, and, you wouldn't know that any owls had ever been there. And that could be the case if they were in that tree. In a cavity, and there may have been a cavity, but I don't mind going back, even if just to see if there is a third baby. because there were times when it seemed like there was a vocalization from a third location. And we'll look, we won't spend too much time unless there's something remarkable, and then we'll head to the car. That was a red-bellied woodpecker we just heard. Sorry if this feels like we're not really doing a thorough check of sapsucker. Couple gnats are doing their best to find my eye. Now, why would you find my eyes? What? You would think that nature would have the gnat realize, or at least instinctively avoid the eyes, because there's a good chance that whatever it would be after would blink. And, you know, you blink, you get caught in lashes and eyelids and everything, and then that's the end of you. So, I mean, why are you doing that? I hear a robin. Okay, it just flew away. No, not an alert call. They could be in the same location. They might have moved since we walked away. I don't know. There's the peewee again. Okay, I hear one of the young. Have I ever heard that sound before and not realized what it was? Oh, bug flew right in my eye. I hear a veery. Okay, I see one baby, I see two babies. Same spot where each one was. And I've now walked beyond that tree. I think I just heard a great crested flycatcher. From here, I don't know if I see. I see one from here. And I think I see both from here. Okay, well, we'll look at them from here. Raise the tripod a bit. I don't know if I have a clear line of sight or not. Kind of sleepy. So I'm wondering if that tree had the nest. And I'll tell you, I don't see anything in that tree that would make me think that it does. There could be a cavity. I can't see from here, but I don't. Well, maybe there. Possibly, depending if there's a cavity or not. But they would have had to climb up here. I don't know if that's such an easy task. Not for an owl. Where are you? There you are. Okay, that one just vocalized, I believe. And I'm glad to see that they're not really paying attention to us. And I'm wondering if there is an adult in the area or not. They could just be calling out. Let me just look around a little bit and then we're going to get underway. Let's head to the campus. Wait 1 second. Okay. They're just, like I said, it's difficult to leave them, but we will. Oh, we've got one kind of looking this way. Let's look back at it. Whoops. you're hearing at least one eastern wood pewee vocalizing. And I hear a tufted titmouse. Is there something nearby? The titmouse sounds agitated. There's another titmouse. What was that? We know that the barred owls will come as far as this, so it's certainly possible there could be an adult nearby. We have to keep going. Should have adjusted the camera just now, but like I said, we want to get moving, so. I'm not saying there's nothing else to see here, but we're just limited on time. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that I do want to go to the campus, I could stay here until it gets dark. Watch your step, everybody. Anyone who steps in something is not coming with us in the car. You'll have to walk. No exceptions. Have a good night. Thank you. Downy woodpecker. Ordinarily, I would have stayed to at least look over, different areas of the pond. Maybe there's a heron that's come in or something like that, but like I said, I want to get to the campus. We'll need a few moments to get in the car. Shouldn't take too long. Showing 84. Let's see if that drops a bit as we drive. Song sparrow. Red-winged blackbird. So, we didn't... A couple rabbits to our right. Sorry, rabbits. We didn't really take the full walk, and maybe things were rushed a little bit because of the barred owls. But sometimes you see something special, and it makes you spend a lot of time on one thing. It's just the way it is. Oh, hold on a second. I gotta do something. Hold on, there's something in the air. Great blue heron. Hold on. I don't know if we'll get it or not, but there's a great blue heron in the air. Well, I'm not going to get it. Let's keep going. We've seen great blue herons. I wouldn't mind seeing it just to show you, but it was circling around. Two more rabbits. Well, maybe the same rabbit. I don't know. More robins. Probably not the same rabbit, so. Anyway, you will need sunglasses. Hi, Sapsucker.
down to 82. Still 82.
Something that was missing in me. Could it turn out to be almost anyone? Almost anyone. Possible exception. You don't know who it will be.
Jackson Brown, That Girl Could Sing. Almost on. I don't know if this is technically the campus or not. Maybe it is. .83 degrees here on the Cornell campus. Some clouds, but still kind of sunny. Late in the day though, so we only have so much time. Hi, Beams. Honest, I don't know where everybody's been hanging around. Hold on one second while I'm here. We'll need a few minutes to get out of the car. Thank you, Cindy. Cindy Bradley. Okay, let's go. Anybody here?
Construction is making it so challenging.
It's very annoying.
It's like ridiculous. Like there have been several nights this week where we can't find anybody. And we were here probably at like, what, 4 after 5? and one of them was on the fence around the track, and the other one was still up in the construction zone.
And you can't go.
You can't go from the other side either because the parking lot between the wrestling building and Martell's is closed until after the 4th of July. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Do you know where anyone is now?
Mom was up on the throne.
Okay.
And we saw Arthur on the back of Comstock, and then he took off and came up this way, but I don't know where he went.
Probably in the construction zone.
Probably.
Okay. Construction is really annoying, and I mean, and it wouldn't be so bad if it were okay. The construction, I hear crow. The construction is what it is, and then it's gone. No, we're going to be stuck with a big, ugly building. A big building we don't need. That's the official position of the tour. We don't need it. I forgot how I had my tripod adjusted, sorry. Come on. Camera. Uh-oh, got a problem. Oh, you're kidding me. All right. Okay, should be okay. This zipper would work. Oh, nice. There we go. Hear a crow again. Welcome to the Cornell campus, everybody. We're here to see red-tailed hawks, if you didn't know. And we heard that somebody was up on the throne, so let's see if we can have a look at the throne from here. I have to admit, I didn't really look at the throne. The throne, if you didn't know, is... Oh, yeah, someone is on the throne. The throne is a... I don't know what it is. It's an antenna structure or something on top of Bradfield Hall. And let's take a look right now. I don't think our hawk is going to be there long. Looks like we'll have to take off very shortly. I hear chimney swifts. Let's look up. That's Big Red. You can see the female. You can see the band on her leg, and her mate Arthur does not have one. I'm hearing robin alert calls, but I don't know if they're for her or not. They could be. They could be.
see if we can get a different angle or a different look, or maybe see somebody else. I see a robin over here on the ground. Oh, just took off. Hold on a second. Is that... what is that? Nothing. Never mind. Uh-oh, she's going to take off. She's still there. Well, she just spread her wings for a moment, but then retracted them. And... oh, there she goes. All right. Now, let's listen. There's a robin who is vocalizing, who has stopped. So it's my thought, or my belief, that the robin was vocalizing because of Big Red, and not because of another hawk. So let's circle around. That's one, a difficulty of being here on the campus on foot is the fact that, there's so much walking, and you can't just walk in any direction. Hold on a second, what is that? I think it's a starling, but I'm not sure. Oh, it's a baby robin. Hello. Oh. Good luck, baby. Above us are chimney swifts, I believe. I don't see them. Oh, I see them. Can we get them? We've never really recorded them. Where'd they go? Oh, they're gone. They're quick. Oh, there they are. Almost right over my head. I can't stay with them that way. And they're small birds. And I didn't get a chance to really focus in on them. Hold on one second. What's that up here? I think I'm hearing a northern cardinal. Alright, let's go. Time is short. So we've seen one hawk, the mother, Big Red. Red-tailed hawk, and we saw her on Bradfield, and then she took off. I'm hearing house sparrows, question is, where did she go? She may have come around to this side of Bradfield. I don't know. Okay, we do have someone on Bradfield. Here, Robin, calling an alert. And this looks like Big Red again. So Big Red is on Bradfield now, on this side. I thought she might have done that. She dropped off of the throne and then came around to this side. Breeze feels good, I have to say. Let's zoom in a little bit. Zoom in a little more, I think. Seeing anybody else, but we'll look around as best we can. The construction zone and the fact that we can't walk through it, it's hard to walk around it, and a lot of hiding places in the construction area make things difficult. But let's continue the search. I mean, I can't even use that sidewalk, or at least that section of the sidewalk. I think the person we bumped into at, is that him? Yeah, I think so. At Sapsucker Woods is now here. The one who knew I was streaming. So when we came in, I did my best to look. Oh, I see somebody. Right here. Right on the nest tower. But obviously below the tower, the nest level. Lighten it up just a bit. I don't know who this is. Beautiful hog. Do I see somebody else in the distance? Somebody else is flying around. Now out of our view, behind the unnecessary, superfluous building. Okay, back to our hawk, and I'll get my eyes back on there was a large bird flying behind them.
Yeah, I saw that too. It could be the bird or this.
It could be, but it never came back into view. Did I see something? No, I didn't. Thought I did. So again, we're right below the nest. And this juvenile red-tailed hawk looks like it's not going to stay there long. I don't know where it came from. All of a sudden I saw it in flight. Pardon me?
Autumn is there.
That's Big Red up there.
Big red? I thought it was autumn. Right over my head. And into the tree here in front of Bradfield Hall.
Now I hear the robin vocalizations have picked up. Oh, wait a minute. No, sorry. The robin vocalizations have picked up, but it could be just because of this juvenile in the tree now. I don't know. Get the sense that this juvenile is not going to stay there for very long. Sure, I'll give you a card. You can. Pardon me?
A square code or something that I can.
You just scan that. You can keep the card if you want.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So, let's move just a bit. So we have this juvenile. I don't know who it is, right here in the tree. And then up above is that, yes, there she is. Big Red is up there on Bradfield. And I did see a large bird behind the unneeded building. Hold on a second, I gotta check something out. And but then it never came back into view. And okay. So again, I don't know who this is, just that it's one of the young ones. So who is this? We're thinking it's 02, I guess. I'm just checking the chat room. And welcome, Dolph. Hey. Okay, hold on. Did someone just take off? I think so. Let's, we gotta move. I hear somebody. Oh, do I see something? Maybe, possibly, probably not, but let's look. No, never mind. I hear somebody. There's somebody. There is somebody. So on the unnecessary building, somebody's eating. It's getting dark, so we can't really get the best looks. No, it's one of the young ones.
Arthur just picked off a bird up in the nest and came down this way.
Really? I didn't see that. I thought someone was in the area, and I don't know if anybody is still there or must have headed closer to Ferno, I think. I think. So apparently Arthur caught a bird, maybe around the nest, and that could be what this O is eating right now. Now the other O who had been in a tree, I believe, I thought I might have seen it flying towards Ferno, but I don't know where it might have gone. And I started to walk that way, and then something caught my attention, and I realized I should turn around. So we've seen 3 of the 4 anyway, and quite likely 4 of the 4, but because I did see somebody flying around on the far side of the superfluous building. Let's move so I can get more of a view. 1 second. I just want to look at some of the lighting towers and things like that, so. Nobody that I can see on the lighting towers. I didn't. I'm watching the one on the building right now.
Okay.
There's one eating. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know.
There's one right on the building there.
The other one clinked on the wall and then fell down behind the brown boxes.
Okay.
But it was fine.
I imagine it probably just is doing what hawks do. Make sure you don't get too close, right?
Yeah, I was keeping a distance.
Okay. Okay, well, we're going to head towards Bradfield in a moment. Let's do that while this one's eating. You know what, actually? Better from here? Might be. Yeah, might be. But I want to check out the far side of Bradfield. It is better. Hello. I just want to see if Arthur is on the western side of Bradfield, the central campus side. So this one is having a nice meal, and we're going to continue. I just want to see the perches on this side, just in case Arthur stopped. sign of him. Oh, somebody just went to Bradfield. Somebody just went to Bradfield. I'll bet it was Arthur. I don't know where he came from. Oh, stop right here. Stay right there, you. Alright, let's move. We still have one O eating. Oops. Welcome, Arthur. Good to see you. And so this is Arthur, everybody, if you didn't know. And Big Red is up higher, up here. He looks like he's going to take off soon. So we've seen everybody tonight. Where's the other? Let's look at the O on. Is our O still there? I don't know. Yes, just walking along. Oh, looks like it's going to take off though. Maybe. Maybe not. That space is solid, but, you know, it seems to me rather exposed. I don't believe it's going to stay there. guessing it's going to head this way and towards Ferno and the trees, and again, that's a guess. Maybe not. Sorry, I lost track of that. No, I don't know where it is. It seemed to fly towards Weil Hall, the white building there. But I lost sight of it. Let me look with binoculars 1 second. Oh, I see it. It's on Weil Hall. Meanwhile, Arthur's still where we saw him last. And Big Red is still where we saw her last. Let's take a quick look at both of them. First Arthur, there he is. Hello. It is getting dark, so we can only do so much to see them. And there's Big Red up there preening. And as for the other O, I don't know where the other O is. I had heard from the other gentleman who was here on the campus and photographing. He said that the O had gone to the building, and I take it the way he described it meant it had, kind of clung to the wall and then dropped down. There was no real place to perch, and then was fine, but dropped out of sight, I believe. Let's see if we can find our O again. Where are you? There. And I think we'll probably cross the road to see if we can have a look around there in front of Ferno. It could be that our other O is probably in one of the trees. Okay, but we're going to head over there now. Well, before we do, let's just get a second here. things. Clock tower, what we can see of it, the moon, to me a full moon is boring, but when we see just a portion of it, it can be beautiful. Look how quickly it moves. Okay, let's see if we can find out where our other O is. Now I don't know. Will that O? I guess that was O1. Stay on Weil Hall tonight? I don't know. Maybe. Let's walk out this way. Still some light in the sky. I mean, I can see those clouds with the naked eye. The camera's lightening things up a little bit. But, I mean, there's still light in the sky. It's getting dark down here. And, you know, street lights are on. And now I'm hearing some robins up ahead. I somehow... Well, let's walk this way. Now, I've mentioned before that over the years, it seems like there are some robins that very late in the day would vocalize in this area, and I could never find anything that would make me think, okay, that's why they were vocalizing. Oh, hold on. Hold on, let's see something here. I'm not really equipped for it. Can I show you or not? I might not be able to. I'm really not. This is the wrong lens for it. Hold on, let me try again. Just the fireflies. There seem to be quite a few of them right there. Sorry. I'm hearing fewer of those robin vocalizations, though. And I wonder if that was just settling down for the day type of thing. Yeah, it's become quiet. Okay, so I hear robins ahead now. I believe some were vocalizing because of 01 on Weil Hall. And that might be continuing right now, and that could be what I'm hearing. But I'm hearing nothing in front of Furno Hall. So I don't know where 02 went. While we're here, let's see. Can we see if 01 is still on Weil? Maybe. Let's check. Yes, still on Weil. And while we're here, let's go take a look at our bags for those hall perches. Okay, I can still see, even with the naked eye, I can see Arthur. He was facing outward, and that makes a big difference. And Bradfield Hall upper perch level. Let's see if Big Red is there. There she is. Still preening. And let's go back to Arthur just because he's easier to see. And let me listen. A lot has happened in the last, week in terms of their growth, their flight skills, their muscle growth, I should say. They're stronger flyers than they were last Saturday. And, they have a lot more experience since last Saturday. The O's, that is. And, they're able to probably fly with a lot more confidence than they had before. Robin there on the ground. Surprised given how late it is, but maybe the fact that the ground is lit there. This robin may know something we don't in terms of a hawk nearby. And I continue to hear, I think the vocalizations I'm hearing are probably from the area closer to Weil Hall. I'd say someone's going to spend the night there. Looks like 01 is probably spending the night there. If only the person inside the building knew that there's a hawk there. Then again, you know what? I'm glad the person doesn't. It might scare away our hawk, and we don't need someone flying so late at night. hear a killdeer. A hard-working hawk. Doing the best I can to look in the trees, at least the one tree especially, just to see if maybe by any chance I could find O2. But I don't think that's going to happen. It's been an enjoyable day, certainly. You know, it started out, obviously it was quiet at Wildlife Drive, not much to see at all. And then I'd have to say it was really much better at Van Dyne Spoor, given the, well, we saw a few things. We saw a sandhill crane, which we hadn't seen anywhere else, and we saw, of course, the black-crowned night herons, both a juvenile and an adult. And so I was glad to see them, and we even saw both of them hunting successfully. So that was nice. And then, of course, Sapsucker Woods, I think it speaks for itself. Let's see what we can do, if anything, with this tree. I don't know. Well, we can do something. Actually, it's lighter than I thought it would be. I don't believe anybody's in this tree, but who knows? This is actually, even though it looks light, it's a difficult way to search. Well, I think it's probably time for me to pack up and head home. I don't know if anyone's going to be moving around much more. There's 01 there. Good night, 01. And we'll say good night. Can I see Arthur? Oh, wait, where'd he go? Good night, Arthur. Big Red, I might not be able to see from here. 1 second. No, I can't see her from here. And it's going to be pretty dark. It might be tough to see her at all. A little bit more. And there she is, Big Red. Good night, Big Red. This is as light as I can make it, so I realize it's not very bright. But there she is. I think, everybody, it's time for me to pack up. It's still a little bit light in the sky, but I can't find any other... I can't find O2. I don't know where O2 might be. Now, the gentleman said that drop down behind the boxes. I don't know what that meant. Could be that it O2 dropped down behind here somewhere and out of view. But he said it was, you know, O2 was fine. But probably was gripping the wall and had to drop down. I don't know. Anyway, like I said, I want to wish you all very well. I thank you for joining me today. It's been a fun day. But it is time to head home. Time to head home. Take care, everybody. Have a great night. We'll see you next time, whenever that is. Bye-bye. Oh, and really, thank you for everybody who helped me out today, too. Kept me on the straight and narrow.